Hello, 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 and welcome back to another stream of Boomeadow builds. Give me a moment while I figure out the technical difficulties that I only just realised there has been no music this whole time. We love a good start of technical difficulties. Love that for me. When you unplug stuff and it decides that it all of a sudden doesn't want to work. So bear with me one moment, please. We'll get it in a minute. That is a bit better. We'll start this music again, shall we? Okay, there we go. So let's try this again. Hello, 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 and welcome back to another stream of Boomeadow Builds the State of Anarchy, as the game will eventually be called. However, tonight we are working on a map. We have already completed the map in front of you, as is known to the people who will be in the world, and hopefully eventually you, my wonderful viewers, as the plane of Feywild, once known as the Feywild. Tonight we will be working on the plane of Anthalamyr. However, tonight we are working on the material plane of this world, known as Anthalamyr. At the moment, you can see we have finished but 1/4 of it, and we will be working on this second half tonight. As you can see, we have done some shading and whatnot, but it doesn't quite match up yet. And so I have that open in front of me, this picture, and we will jump right in to start working on this. So I use Incarnate for my map builder. As you can see, I've been slowly working on this. So, as you can see, the area over here from the original map that we saw of Anthalamyr, there is a harsh difference in the line. So what we'll do is we'll start working on that. So, but this part here is also very harsh in terms of the colouring. Add some nice shading here so that it comes higher. The problem with this is I won't know how this lines up. Hi, Tide Runner. How are you? I'm trying to remove this awful snow mullet that I've given my world as you can see here in the center, in the top center there. Yes, I've given it a snow mullet. It is a, yeah, it's a bit of a harsh dissonance there, a little bit. So balance it up and hopefully get all that sorted out. And we'll add a little bit more of this, and then we'll... The problem, as I said earlier, as I said before, I won't know how this actually balances out until I have it positioned together. And the only way I will know if these are actually balancing out is when I finally get into it, match it up, and see for myself if I've actually done a good job or a bad job. But mostly what I'll be adding to this map is actually trees tonight. We love a good tree placement. Some snow pines, which... I think the 10 was far too small. So yes, I use Incarnate for all of my map building. Oh really, is that what we're going to do? Yes, thank you for reminding me. I did that last time too. Here we go. Yay. It's nice when you guys can actually see what I'm doing. That tree, though, feels far too small. So, do I actually have my notes here? Because I do actually have notes on how big I've been doing trees and everything like this. Do you think I have those notes in front of me right now? No, why would I do something smart like that? Basically, be prepared before you jump in a stream. There we go. Okay. So with that in mind, it would appear that this area that I've done over here is actually not very tree ridden. So I don't want to bring it all the way up to this line though either, because where it crosses over, it'll create like a really sharp edge and cut trees in half, which we don't want to do that either. So I'll flesh out a few trees over here, and then I can actually add some trees once I put the big map together. So yes, for those who haven't heard about this, this is for my custom world, for my homebrew campaign that I am running in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition within modified reason. Yes, so it is a modified version of the world, but the game that we are currently playing will take place in the 4th era of the world, because we have, over the last 6 years, I say we, but I have basically run this setting as time has passed through the era, and I've had a variety of different players be in it, and their characters have impacted the world. Yes, their characters have impacted the world, and again, why is the music not playing? There should. I understand what's happening. All the technical difficulties, I had to unplug my microphone and web camera the other day, and every time I do that, it absolutely messes with my system settings. There we go. Now we have music for everybody. So, hopefully that is better for you. If you can now hear, that would be great. However, yes. So this world, their characters have ended up being notable people in the world. They have influenced things like the gods, the way that magic is now created and used in the world. From everything from changes in governments, changes in landmass, things like that. And so now we have ended up in the 4th era of the world, where a situation called the Merge happened due to the efforts of the last campaign that meant that an entity known as the Titan King, he was an Eldritch entity, was being resummoned back into the world. And in doing so, the closer it would come to him being resummoned, the closer it would bring the central planes of existence. So the Feywild, the Hells / Abyss, because I put the Hells and the Abyss together in mine, just because demons and devils, I use them interchangeably, even though I do understand that they are different, and the material plane as well. So this is what has happened, and so it has meant that these 3 planes of existence have simultaneously merged over the top of each other like a planar sandwich of mirror planes. So they all simultaneously exist on the material plane, but they are overlaid over each other. So there are spells that will allow the players to jump between these planes, the material planes, that isn't like a plane shift or things like this. So they can traverse to the Feywild, they can traverse to the Hells and things like this, while also still being on the material plane. The problem with this is the material plane has fallen to a group of individuals known as the Witch Queens. It is heavily inspired by a book by one of my favourite authors, Anne Bishop, called the Black Jewels Trilogy. And thanks to that, we have created this mythos that the Witch Queens have taken over in the wake of magic becoming unstable. Not only is magic unstable, but arcane magic is largely distrusted because of the role the wizards had played basically in making it possible for a race of alien peoples to almost take over and completely subjugate the world. Also, there were stories floating around that it was also the wizards that were somewhat responsible for the events of the merge. The actual truth of that matter is it was one person in particular. It was a wizard in particular. But the story itself was not what it had seemed. He did not summon demons or anything like this to try to deliberately destroy the world or anything like this. All of the events of this, the third era, which is the era preceding what this game will be, it was an effort of many, many centuries long eugenic breeding to make it so that the Anthalamyr race of this world had been turned into the perfect hosts to play host to the race of quarry people, which in my world, the quarry spirits that make up the Kalashtar and things like this, they are actually an alien race. And they had created a race of perfect hosts for the Dark Quarry to try and take over the world and all this kind of stuff. So they had, over millennia, over close to 60,000 years, had been formulating this war that would bring hell to Earth, which had led to a meteor destroying the main land mass. It was thanks to the Ascendant Gods that the land mass that we're currently working on actually exists, and a lot of its people had been saved. But then there were portals to hell that opened up, and basically the armies of hell came through, and this led to a 50-year-long war with hell, in which eventually hell was subjugated, and in that subjugation it was written into the laws of the LUS, as it had become named. Parts of this world had become so-called, that demons, essentially anybody born within the LUS at birth was bonded to a demon familiar. So warlocks had their hands full, basically. And this meant that it created the perfect race of hosts, because all of a sudden the Anthalamyrs that lived within the LUS of this world, the Loriadoran unitary state, they had celestial and human blood, as well as being tainted by demons. Thus, it was the Trinity, basically, there. You'll see in my works a lot of references to pagan references, elemental pagan references, things like this. You'll see a lot of mythos and world lore pertaining to similar myths to the real world, because I really like bringing them through. And a lot of those old myths, are often rooted in truth. But all of this led to a war, obviously. All of this ended up leading to this particular wizard. He had a demon familiar. And this demon familiar was his best friend. It was very similar to Philip Pullman's His Dark Materials, Golden Compass, if you're not aware of the full series. And from there, it had been orchestrated that his demon familiar went missing when he was doing a particular ritual that he really shouldn't have been doing in the first place. And he just wanted his familiar back. He was his best friend. And he ended up being contacted, and he ended up finding in his possession a book. Now, this book, as they discovered, was called the Necronomicon. And within the Necronomicon, it basically pointed out a number of creatures that needed to be summoned to basically bring about the rise of the Titan King. He was an entity preceding the first era of the world that had tried to overthrow the god of creation at the time and failed. Very like Zeus and Kronos, or Kronos and his father, that kind of thing. And of course he had been imprisoned. in the deepest, darkest trenches of Tartarus. And this book, this Necronomicon, had basically been his foolproof plan to essentially, eventually, be resurrected. Which meant that he had to go through quite a lot of work. And so this wizard, inevitably, by trying to get his friend back, had essentially pulled the planes of existence together. They did stop the demon, the Titan King, from rising, but by then the changes to the world had already taken place. Also in this time, back in the first era of the world, you're getting this whole rundown of like ridiculous lore dump. In the first era of the world, how magic was produced was very different to how it was produced by the time the third era came around. Yeah, hashtag lore dump. Yes, magic was created very differently in the first era of the world. So much so that it was actually through the spilling of Eldritch blood. In specificity, there were twins who were born. Yeah, you did beat his limp noodle butt back into hell. Actually, you just straight up killed him, but it was fine. You stopped him from rising ever again, whatever that may mean. I don't know if you can ever truly kill a god, but so there were basically these Eldritch Twins, these Eldritch bloodlines, where twins would be born into the bloodline. They would be essentially twins of prophecy, and one of the twins would have to sacrifice the other for the continuation of magic in the world. However, in the first era, there was the exception of a set of twins who were not happy with this, and they basically sought to change their fate and basically change the way that magic was created. In the way that essentially they would go on to realise that the sap of the world tree Yggdrasil was pure magic itself, a magical ore. And so over the subsequent centuries it was mined, and it was through that mining, obviously, that it created a level of I'll have to keep that in mind for the future. But basically, throughout the time, obviously mining of the world tree sap did end up creating inconsistencies in the way that magic was created and things like this, because obviously you can't basically mine an ancient mythical tree and expect everything to be fine. And so here we are now in the fourth era, where because of the wizards, people don't trust magic, arcane magic specifically. The druids basically have tried to protect their communities, and in doing so they basically druided so hard that no one is really sure where druid cities, towns, or these towns that the druids cared over and protected, no one really even knows where they are. They've protected them. Yeah, druid's gonna druid. They've protected themselves so well that people can't find them now. In addition to this, we do have, so it is the arcane magic that is mistrusted, especially in the material plane part of the world. Anthalamyr, which is what we're working on, is known because the only ones that can use magic with any kind of control is the Witch Queens. And they had once been benevolent. They had been led by one of the children of... He wasn't really a god per se. He was somebody who had travelled a lot with gods and been rewarded. I suppose in a way you would refer to him, if we were to look at him from old world myths, he was a true hero. Because he was favoured by the gods and things like this. But yes, he had been favoured by the gods and things like this. And the only reason that he was actually in this timeline in the world is he had been pulled out of his own timeline. Upon his death in his own timeline, he found himself... Thank you for reminding me. Were you looking at the numbers going up and up and up and getting worried, Tide Runner? Yes. Now we'll get through the slog of the save. Trees. The trees take the longest part. But yes, so he had died in his own timeline, to his knowledge. And he had died in his own timeline, and the goddess of the moon of the time had basically decided to spare him for a deal. She would help him save his world if he would help her save hers and save her children. And so he agreed to help them and became just a normal ass human, basically, who ended up on this crazy ride. He ended up getting to marry his sweetheart. They ended up having children together, and one of his children was one of the original protectors of the land. She had set out and basically created the covens of witch queens that would essentially watch over the land in the wake of the government falling, basically. This is true. It usually tells me around the 250 mark, but do you think I listen? Never. So yeah. And so here we end up in this world where the witch queens in the material plane are actually tyrants, who are the only ones who can use magic consistently. There will be a lot of flavor texting, obviously. People who want to be spellcasters in this particular world as a player, they will be spellcasters. I won't be holding them back with mechanics. That's rude, Tide Runner. You should also stop in on Evil One and say hi. I believe he's painting some minis right now. But yes, so the Witch Queens have become essentially tyrants within the material plane. There were a number of factions who did help those who did not want to be under the tyrannical rule at least emigrate to the Feywilds, which is now known as Feyawir, and create their own lands and territories, which is a part of the map that I've already created. So, there was that. And so, yeah, I've been subtly working on this world lore for a long time, and yeah, all of those player stories and things like that, they have become fundamentals in the world. I like respecting my previous players' characters, regardless of how, they left my games or, the game ended or whatever. I do really respect the time and effort my players do put in. If they invest in my world, the least I can do is respect that time that they put in, So yeah. So yeah, so it has been a very slow process building this up. I have had, there has been a number of times that we've had different world laws as well happen, and the story, like, I've tried to keep every game different. Not every story I've used or utilized has been not every story that I have utilized or anything like that. I've tried to make sure that they're their own individual story. I haven't always gone, a massive world-ending story either. Actually, at the moment, my current story, which is set in the first era of the world, actually, that particular world the world isn't going to end through the machinations of whatever they're doing. They're actually playing a game of Zorvental, and the players are trying to decide basically what they want to do about that. Some of the players are unhappy about the gods' over-involvement in the world, and they're not happy about it, and they want to end that. And because what I do know, because all of the games I run actually all started with the second era of the world. So six years. Hi, Valcor. Yeah, it has taken 6 years. I believe you have a previous character in the world. Tide Runner has a previous character in the world. And honestly, you have added some wonderful things, and you have added some very questionable things too sometimes. Six years of world lore, yeah. I mean, I can't complain too heavily considering I give you all the components you need to make certain things. But between a certain Tabaxi artificer and a human gunslinger in the world, I mean, we have railguns, we have lightsabers, we have all sorts. Yeah, I do try to let my players have some fun, create things. This is how we've ended up with a railgun, we've ended up with lightsabers. Because at the end of the day, it's supposed to be a fantasy world. Oh no. The creation cube. Should I be scared? For those who don't know. Valcor actually plays a Tabaxi artificer in the world known as Sabata. And he is our current Chaos Gremlin who just wants to be a toy maker. make sure I get this distribution of trees right. I know that you want to create a creation cube. The actual name of the artifact is called a Cube of Anomalies. And I should be very concerned about you wanting one. They fought one a little while ago, a couple of sessions ago. And I had to heavily nerf it so I didn't straight up kill my players after a personed battle, encountered battle, as they went into the all-important Wizard's Tower. Yes, I'm concerned about the golems. I need to stop saying golem. It is golem. Although I'm interested to see how you're going to deal with your family being back, to be honest. They're clearly just doppelgangers. Really? I don't think we... I mean, we could... I mean, if you burn up Sabata's family, I don't know what Sabata's going to do. I mean, the revenge plan would be back on then. The vengeance. I mean, it's probably not a good idea to burn his family again, though. I mean, his family does obviously have a vendetta against the Tesaro family of the Water Realm. You're merchants, and they are clearly the best merchants in the world. I'm trying to figure out how much of this spot here I should make forest, because we're starting to get towards the equator. And so I was actually doing some more work on the races today, races, species, and I've actually been working on the races that will be available to play in Feyawir. And in the Feyawirian map, this area here, all through here, all these little islandy, reefy parts, is actually home to the Sneaderin, which is a race that I will be allowing players to use from Helianas, which is a third-party supplement that I have sponsored through Kickstarter. It's not out yet, but it was heavily spruiked by the Fool's Gold crew, the Dingo Doodles on YouTube as well. I love Dingo Doodles, just some of their stories. The story of Snips, chef kiss. Snips and sneeze. Sips and sneeze, yeah, I do like them. I got very confused then. I got confused then as well with the snips and sneeze, because in My Little Pony there's a couple of characters called Snips and Snails. For anyone who cares about My Little Pony. Denser jungle forest. Well, the Sneaderin racial sting. Well, I was thinking about this, right? Especially when drawing your character. And I was thinking about it, like really heavily thinking about it. Because the character art, the concept art that you had basically drawn inspiration from, I'm like, the character has gills, which then led me down the most bizarre. I mean, you can ask Evil One when you speak to them. It led me down the most bizarre question of, why would a land-dwelling character have gills? Like, is it even possible for a land-dwelling character to have gills? And so this led me down the worst research rabbit hole ever, because I'm like, that just doesn't make sense to me. But in terms of I don't want there to be too much crossover, like, because I still want the Nidoran's to be Nidarians, should I say. I do still want them to be very unique. For those who haven't seen Helianas or does not have access to it, they created a race. Of essentially jellyfish people who are amphibious, and they're a really interesting race to look at. Well, that's the thing. They would just be gills. To have gills, they would legitimately just be for show, because, and this is just something that I was reading, and obviously, you know, this doesn't have to be true for your character, just kind of reading, because redeveloping gills after leaving the water would actually be a very ineffective way for somebody to breathe, because obviously water and oxygen in water is at a lesser rate. So eventually, when creatures came to land, the sheer level of oxygen, obviously in the air that we breathe, it was a very oxygen-rich environment, so the body actually evolves different. It actually evolves a lot more rapidly and things like this, because obviously everything in our body, including the lungs that, you know, breathe the air, actually need, you know, that oxygen to generate. So it was just really fascinating rabbit hole for me to go down. And I'm like, and of course that led me completely down but why does this character have gills? And in the end, I exactly did what you did just then, which is legitimately say they're there for aesthetic purposes. You know, they may not be in use anymore, and they're just but that being said, there are some creatures that do, and obviously a good example of this is, I can't question it too heavily, because another Heliana's race that I'm putting in are the Lottles. They're an axolotl race, and those frills that they have are gills. So I can't look into it too heavily and criticize, because magic, fantasy. It's just my brain goes down these really weird rabbit holes, which is how I end up with some of the absolutely crazy levels of lore and stuff that I have, because I just keep asking, but why? Not that my players will probably ever see some of the lore elements and aspects that I have for the world. Yeah, it's like he's going to go through re-evolution. Well, this is the thing, and obviously I did a little bit of look into simic hybrids and what actually makes a simic hybrid, and it actually makes sense, because simic hybridity, their actual evolutions that they get aren't evolutions. They're essentially bioengineered humans that every time they have an upgrade, they actually like legitimately, not so much cybernetically, but bioengineer themselves with new aspects. Because, yeah, I'd never looked that deep into simic hybrids, so I obviously also looked into that too, because, yeah, and I was really fascinated by it all. So with that in mind, for everyone who's watching, what is your favourite race to play, or your favourite race that you've seen come up? New, old? For anyone who ever wonders, most of my music I get from 3 sources: Lo-Fi Girl, Game Chops, or Chill Hop. Which, if you actually, usually I will put them in the descriptions of the videos. I will link back to whatever source I'm using. Give proper credit as directed by the creator. Tabaxis and Shifters. Valcor, you are really making me question the choices of race here. Got to make a null. Well, one of the playable races that I will have as an option is I am actually doing a race of dog people. check. They're a species that I have called like this. The Corgade, should I say? Singular, Corquin, and they are the inspiration for them, if not heavily borrowed from the Koira, a playable dog race by Dumpstat. Again, when we put all of this into play, I will actually make all the references to for people to find any of the third-party sources that I have referenced, so they can use them themselves if they would like. I actually put some finishing touches on some Fey Dragonborn options. Yep, the Cyclopeans are going to be in there. I have a lot of monstrous races as well. Let me actually have a look at my list quickly while this is saving. This is just for the Feywild setting. We have the Aarakocra, which of course I'm actually doing a number of subspecies. The blue jay, cassowary, eagle, hummingbird, ibis, parrot, peacock, penguin, and vulture subraces. And all of them have different statistics and things that they get according to their actual kind of look. We also have the Alagi, which is a humanoid yeti creature. We have the Aranea, which is a shape-changing spider-like race. We have the Behuk, which are essentially a race of sheep people, nomadic sheep-like humanoids. We have bugbears. We're going to have the Keitshi, shape-changing cat people. The Corcade, as I said before. Again, the Corcade have their own subspecies as well, depending on what kind of dog they are descended from or descended for. So your trackers, your urban, vigilant, vigorous, those kind of things. We're going to have the centaurs, obviously, changelings, Nadarians from Helianas. We're also going to have the fairy, gem, pseudo, and shadow variant of Dragonborns in the Feywild. Again, with all of their own kind of like little abilities and stats taken from various different places. We have Duragar. We're going to have stats for a Dullahan. Anyone who does not know, Dullahan are essentially the headless horsemen of Celtic mythos. The Eladrin, obviously. From just looking at from Griffin's Saddlebag, we're going to have the Ethereans and also the Gelatins. We're also going to have fairies and sparrowmen, which is kind of linking back to some other things. So the Sparrowmen, I believe, is within the Tinkerbell, the world of the Disney fairies mythos. Then we have the Feyawirian dwarves, elves, half-elves, humans, and tabaxis. They are going to be different to the races of the same from the material plane and the hells. There will actually be hell variants as well. Obviously furbolgs, gnomes. From Helianas, we've also got goboks. We're going to have Goliath. Again, Helianas have Golan, which are your pangolin races. We're going to have a race called Grove Tenders, which are kind of going to be like the Ents-ish. Grung, Herongon, Hexblood, Hobgoblins. Kenda will be a playable race in my games. Kenku, Kitsune, Kobold, Kuatoa, obviously. Leonin, the Light Touched from the Corpus Angelus, which is a Kickstarter I followed. Locath, Lottle, Loxodon, Marinade, Minotaur, Mull, which is a half dwarf. The Mycelian, which will be a race of mushroom people, as well as myconids. Various types of nymphs, Ombrask, again from Helianas, Oozkin, Opterans, which are a race of moth people. We also have the Orc, the Owlin, Peri, also from the Corpus Angelus, the Raken, which is your raccoon people, Satyrs, Selkies, Shadakai, Shifters, Spriggans, Sprites, Snurfneblin, the Sweetlings, which are a race of food-based playable characters in the Alcram, the Buttery Sprites, and the Gummies. We'll also have the 3 Kreen, Tortles, Verdun, and Warforged. And that's just going to be in the material plane. The Feywild plane. So yes, so all of those things will take place in the material plane. Yeah, that's why I thought you were being a bit hasty, man. Because yes, there is a race of raccoon people. Your chances to play a little chaotic... Yeah, I know you've committed, and you've committed a lot to your character's story, which I do like the character that you've created, which I'm really hoping that people who are watching and who hopefully log in to watch it, you know, this stream, will actually really like them. Yeah, this is why I thought that maybe you were being a little hasty with some of the character choices you were making, because they're cool character choices, don't get me wrong, I love them, but I'm also allowing a lot of playable races and a lot from third-party sources. So yes. Why do I do? Because this is why I was really surprised when you guys jumped in early with your concept ideas. I'm like, you guys don't even know what I'm going to offer to you. And that's not even including the hell races, because that's just the races for the Feywild setting. There is also the races that you can find in the material plane. And then there are also going to be the races that you can find predominantly in the hell plane as well. So the playable races that will be taking place in the hells are the Cyclopeans, Dampiers, Metallic Dragonborn, Gith, Goblin, Goliath, Hobgoblin, Incubus and Succubusborn, Wan, I don't know what Wan is, we'll find out, Kobold, Kuatoa, Lizardfolk, the Aasimar, Elf, Human, Orc and Tiefling variants, the Ombrask, Reborns, Shifters, Vidalcan and Yanti. Thanks for stopping by, Tide Runner. It was great having you here. And Valcor, the raccoon folk, they're a race called the Raken that is actually in the... they are from Helianas, which is a third-party creation, which I am happy to show you later if you would like. So yes. But yes, you want to play a Rocket Raccoon-like character? It is going to be possible. Now that Tide Runner's not here to remind me to stream, to save, I should probably save a little bit more often. Well, that's exactly it. That's always the problem, isn't it? When you have lots of ideas and not enough games to play them in. I mean, now we've talked about favourite races. What is your favourite class to play as well? Like, what is your main? Your ride or die? I personally love clerics, just their versatility. In particular, Tempest clerics. You like rogues? Which is why I'm always more surprised that you don't actually create a lot of rogues. I'm trying to think what you've played in all my games. I think the only true rogue I think I've seen is Ku from Evil One's Grung game, which is usually on the alternate Wednesday nights to when I stream. Oh, it's nice getting to take the opportunity to try different things too, I think. Which is why, you know, I went a wild magic sorcerer for my Grung character. It's fun getting to play a little chaos gremlin. I don't actually usually play a chaos gremlin, despite popular belief. think you've played some wonderful, sensible characters so far. From what I've seen. One of the reasons I'm more surprised that, you know, we'll be interested to see, because there is a chaos goddess in the world. Whether you will support them. I think I want to just do some shading down here in this sand area. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful night tonight. I mean, it'll be interesting to see, when you say reined in, what do you mean by reined in? Ah, no. Well, at least we know what we're going to have to upgrade this weekend. Or once I hop off this, let's be honest. more sensible, wiser decisions. See, I don't want to give away your character concept. I want people to discover it. We're doing there. And hi, Evil One. How are you? How was your stream? I did catch the last part of it, obviously. You think he went outside the lines? I don't think so. I mean, doesn't Mini have lines that you have to paint inside of? Let you have a look at this fantastic thing as I do the bits and pieces. Well, that's good. At least you had a couple people drop by. Can you only paint by numbers, Valcor? Is that part of the problem? And here we are. Here is what we're working with. Well, from what I saw, you had it coming along really well. A couple of nice shades of red. There was a nice purpley violet going on. I thought it looked pretty good. Evil One, Valcor just learned that in this particular game that I'm running, I'm going to be allowing a race of raccoon people. That's a shade and a half. Not the shade I was looking for, but... Yes, Evil One, he's pondering whether he should stick with his original concept. Or become one with the raccoons. I mean, that is a very good point for it in favor of the raccoons. I mean, I never said the Raken people wouldn't have a red panda variant. So you're wanting a race of red panda people, would you? Because I can make it happen. What would their lore be? Because they would have to have a creator. Just like we know that there is a race of demon chickens out there too. Alright, Ava, one, you've just joined us. What is your favourite race and favourite class? Alright then. What has been your favourite build that you've ever done? Because, you know, got to put my own DM on the spot occasionally. Risk my character's life. Just bear with me one sec. I just got to get some more water. Okay, Valcor, thank you for dropping by. It was wonderful having you. I'll catch you later. Hamaran. Welcome. I'm just trying to figure out how I want these sand dunes. Whether I want to change the colour of them a little bit too. Do I like them? I might change up a little bit of the sand, I think. I think the sheer orangeness of that is throwing me off, and I could merge them back together a little bit in terms of coloration. Hi, Jojo. Yeah, that's okay. It tends to happen. I wish I could have all your names up there because at the moment there are enough of you that I could actually have you up on the screen a little bit longer. But I do appreciate the follows. I do appreciate you being here, joining me for a stream. Just some chilled out music. Yes, just some chilled out, relaxed music while I'm trying to figure out if I like the look of those sand dunes or not. We'll have some stony rock, but this is mostly a deserty kind of equator kind of area. And I don't know if I'm 100% sold on whether I like I like the mesas. I'm not sure about the sand. No, it's not. I've taken inspiration from one of my favourite book series. It's a book series called The Black Jewels Trilogy by Anne Bishop. And yes, so this is a fourth iteration of I say fourth iteration, it's actually more of the fourth era of the world. I've been slowly building this world over 6 years with players playing in it. I haven't just been building it. And the players, when I first started DMing 6 years ago, we actually ended up starting the game in what is now known as the second era. Then we jumped across to the third era. I've currently got a group on Tuesdays playing through the first era, and when this starts streaming, hopefully shortly, this will be the fourth era of the world. So the first era started out talking a bit about the old Eldritch gods who did not create the world. They did lead to the creation of its creators, but the players in that are being led through a wild game of Zorvental. And obviously the gods in that are the predominating Eldritch gods. And there is a bit of lore, mythos behind how this game of Zorvental came to be, and what it was exactly that they the players in that are basically trying to evoke, what they're trying to do. There are some players who are obviously trying to play out that, well, as they have slowly been discovering what is going on, what the gods are doing, how much of a hand they have in controlling the world, they're trying to just stop the gods because they do not agree with the gods having some kind of... They're not really happy with the gods having some kind of say over their people and things like this, especially because some of them have lived their whole lives believing that their duty was to their gods, and so they're fighting that. There is a couple of players in that particular setting as well that their characters are legitimately fighting what they have been told their whole lives is their destiny, that one of them is to die to basically aid in the continuation of magic, which obviously they're not happy about. They don't want to be a part of that. Then in the second era of the game, the now head gods of the pantheon, the draconic gods, they are very much in full handle of controlling the world and things like this. But as it has been found out, the person who they believed is the head god of the pantheon is actually orchestrating and controlling everything to maintain power, even though he is not the true god of the pantheon. He actually did something to stop the natural progression of the gods, basically, and this led to the actual creator gods stepping in, creating a race of individuals who basically would then fix the tear in the tapestry of fate, basically. And they then went on to become the ascendant gods of the third era, which they would face off very quickly into having to save the world as a meteor crashed, and they created the world that we're kind of like remaking here. The map I'm actually currently doing at the moment, I had already created, but I'm making it so all the maps are in a consistent style. So they all look like the same. They're all from the same kind of like game setting. But it was then discovered after a couple thousand years had passed that there was actually a plot afoot to release an imprisoned eldritch god who had been imprisoned in Tartarus since the beginning of the world itself, in events preceding the creation of the world in a time that was known as the Titan War. Basically, he had tried to overthrow the creator god of the universe, and the creator god basically smacked him down, said no, and locked him and any who supported him up. Obviously, that did not go well. So, of course, they, in the third era of the world, a wizard was given the Necronomicon, and they slowly started undergoing this journey to basically find their familiar who had been taken from them, which led to the merging of the inner planes of existence. So the hells and the abyss, which I put together as one because demons and devils I use interchangeably. The Feywild and the material plane are now mirrored parallel planes that now all simultaneously exist on the material plane, but because they are kind of like within their own pocket plane kind of thing, there are spells that will allow the players to jump between these three material planes of existence without having to use like plane shift or something like this. Magic is scarce now because the Twins of Prophecy from the first era did find a way to change magic and how magic was created, which meant that they did indeed find a way for magic to happen, but it has meant that the method that they use to create magic in this world has meant that by the time this game comes around, magic is unstable. The methods that they used for it, I just need to stop trying to make these sand dunes happen. It's not going to happen. So yes, it had led to a couple of things happening that now magic is unstable. Back at the end of the end of the era known as the Merge, there was covens of witch queens who came in to help stabilize, with the god's blessing of course, to help stabilize the very fractious world as it stood. In the wake of the government of at least one huge portion of the world falling. And that was all well and good and fine. But over time, these queens who have control and their magic is not fluctuating or anything like this, at least within the material plane, they have started to become tyrannical and greedy and power hungry and the like. And so because of this, it has meant that people have fled to the material plane, to the Fey plane, to avoid and escape this oppression. And so this is where our campaign in the fourth era will begin. So we've been building the world. This is the Feywild, also known as Faerwheel within this setting now, that we will be starting off in. North is winter, east is spring, south is summer, and west is autumn. I do use a lot of pagan kind of connotations for north, south, east, west, what those elements represent and things like that. And basically the players will be given a quest, not just to stop the Fey Queens and figure out a way to stabilize magic. The reason the magic is unstable is the Twins of Prophecy basically utilize the sap of the World Tree as a new form of magic. And then in the preceding following years, it was mined heavily. And because it was mined so heavily, it has meant obviously now there is a level of instability to it. And eventually, when I get everything up and running, I have a couple of players who are interested at the moment from previous campaigns who have a good knowledge of the world lore, which is both a blessing and a curse, I suppose, to them. They're involved. No, I'm not going to restrict, on a mechanical level, I'm not actually going to restrict any classes or subclasses, just because the way that I've always kind of seen at least the way that I DM, heroes in my world, the adventurers are going to be heroes or supervillains, whichever they end up choosing to go, because I always play morality kind of as a very grey line. And so because of this, for example, what I was thinking of doing, instead of restricting certain races and classes, obviously anyone who wants to play an arcane caster will be let known at the beginning during session 0. Obviously, a big part of the lore is that arcane spellcasters are mistrusted. That's not to say that you aren't trustworthy or anything like this. It's just the general feeling towards arcane spellcasters is one of mistrust. Just because the Witch Queens are the only ones who can use magic with any kind of stability. Clerics, because of the way the merges happened, we are going to see that not all of the gods are going to be able to reach this material plane, or even some of them are going to be missing, unconscious, we don't really know. I'm going to be running with a very much restricted pantheon. Normally I actually have quite a vast pantheon, but we're going to be running on a restricted pantheon. However, because of the lack of deific magic, most standard NPC clerics are just going to be that. People of faith who go around and preach, or just straight up like naturalistic healers, like that natural healers. They can't use magic to heal because obviously it's not that their god can hear them or whatever. They might not, be able to hear. They may be unconscious, yada yada yada. So it means that any cleric within the party is essentially anyone with actual true deity magic is going to be obviously deemed as a hero. But there obviously comes the downside to that if people know that you're a healer, that you're a miracle worker, obviously there are going to be people that are trying to find you. There are going to be evil people who are going to be hunting you down because they want your guidance, your healing, your gifts. There are going to be fanatics who are going to hunt you down because they just need faith, so there is going to be that kind of subsect. Warlocks are going to be fine, but obviously each of their, just with all warlock patrons, it is dependent on who their patron is and how we are going to orchestrate, the story and the facilitating of that warlock pact. Sorcerers are always going to be a prevalent choice, but just like druids, they are and to bards to a certain degree, it comes with a level of natural talent and being able to, cast magic like that. So as long as it's a natural magic or even, druidic magic, druids are going to be a little bit more, obviously a lot more trusted, especially with us starting in the Feywild setting part of it. But bards, I think, the bards I've always played in my settings to be a little bit of the underdog. People don't believe how powerful they are until, you meet a high level bard. And sorcerers, because of how wild magic is in terms of its stability, sorcerers could be anywhere because it's an innate natural born talent you've got. So I don't want to restrict any, on a mechanical purpose, because the reality is the way that at least I believe D&D works is obviously there's a level of exploration, there's a level of adventuring, but part of that is your characters are the extraordinary anyway. Regardless of whatever journey they have to go through to become a hero, they ended up all heroes, all adventurers are seeking something, you know, and that drive is what makes them special, not because they're, you know, necessarily blessed by the gods specifically, or, you know, they've got a higher purpose or anything like that. It's just something within them pushes them to adventure. And part of that is, you know, I'm facilitating their story. They're the ones who are playing the characters, who are in the world, who are living the world, you know. And because of that, you know, it's up to them how they choose to play that. So, you know, they get to lead their story, at least, you know, and this is why when I take on players, I actually have several several things I do. Obviously, I ask for a backstory first, obviously, but I also have a pretty comprehensive quiz that I give to anyone who's just starting out in my games. It's about 40 questions, but it's just things like, what's your character's name? How do you pronounce your character's name? You know, who was your character raised by? Yes, who was your character raised by? What do they do? What's your relationship with them like? Do you have any siblings? You know, how old are they? What do they do? What does your character look like? All of these kind of questions. But then it delves into a little bit more like, what is your character's opinion of magic? What is your character's opinion of wealth? And so it's just a questionnaire of about 40 questions like this. Basically just asking a bit more detail so I can get to know and understand their character. But also so I understand exactly what it is their character is searching for, seeking. So yeah, because it's really, really important to me that obviously I can give the character exactly what it is that they're looking for. Exactly, because, and this is the thing, I do also obviously make allowances for the fact that not everybody is going to walk into session 1 100% feeling out their character. So I do allow allowances at least the first couple of sessions if you're really not feeling your character for whatever reason, and because it can happen for any reason. If you're really not feeling your character, I do allow changes to class. I do allow, if you just feel that your character just really isn't working, I do make allowances for that as well. Just because I want you to play a character that you're happy playing, you know. Admit it, I don't want you to create, the good old lemon law. Because don't get me wrong, I don't feel that you have to create a specific character to fit a specific role. I don't have any problems having multiple classes of the same kind of of the same class. I've had a party with 4 clerics in it before. That was fun. The lemon law basically is if your character's just not working, within the first few sessions, if your character's just not working, you can just dump them if you need to, or, you know, alter them to tweak them so that it feels the way that you want it to feel. You know, that's not to say you can just turn around and go, oh, I want to completely dump this character now that I actually have a better feel for the setting. That's not within the available kind of situation for this, but it's just for example, I play a character in a game on a Monday night. I play a Golan, which is a third party species. Basically it takes after the pangolin, which is an armored armadillo. And initially when I had created her as a paladin. After the first 2 or 3 sessions, I just really wasn't feeling it. And I don't usually play paladins. And so I kind of just went to the DM and I'm like, hey, would it be okay if I changed the class? to say a cleric. And he was okay with that. And so we ended up changing her class. And so now she is being played as a cleric. Because, yeah, there is nothing worse than being stuck playing a character that you are just not vibing with. You know, because we all want our characters to feel good. We want our characters to feel strong. We want that real, you know, you want them to be strong within reason. You know, no one likes feeling like they're playing the useless character, if that makes sense. You still got to feel like your character's you. I also, now I know that this can sometimes be a controversial choice. I also get my characters to roll. I get my players to roll for their stats. Depending on the campaign and the kind of aim that we are going for. Sometimes it's the good old 4D4D1. But occasionally, if I want my players to feel a little more badass, but also I know that the campaign is designed that they're going to be more of a god-chosen-y kind of character. I do allow 5D4D2, which just means that they do get some different stats, some slightly stronger stats, a bit more godlike, I suppose. And yeah, so I do just let players kind of run with that and yeah, create the character that they want to create. There you go, D6, thank you. It's a good thing that I have people like Ehuan making sure that I'm not making grievous errors. Yes, it is a D6. Yeah, and that's exactly it. It does allow for the possibility of occasionally having a character that has a 20 in something. At a, I've played a level 1 character who, because she was a half-elf, she ended up with a 20 in charisma at level 1. And there is nothing wrong with that. I do put in an extra rule set though, that they have to have, I think it's 71 points. So we don't get any real like huge power imbalances that some people are just god tier and other characters are a bit, you know, they end up feeling really inferior because no matter what they do, they're just never going to be as strong as such and such as like power paladin or something like this. You know, it's still got to be fair. Things I have learned. This is always a tricky one because obviously every table is different. And what I do at my table, other people may not find works. Things I have found very useful though, always have a session 0. Even if it's people you know, because it is that nothing bad can come from pre-setting expectations. Expectations of what you expect of your players, expectations of what they want from a game. Just so that you're all going into the game on the same page, so that you know exactly what it is that you want from a game, what it is that you're, doing. So obviously, session 0 is really important to me. The other thing is, and I cannot stress this enough, no matter how invested you are in a game, in this particular context, obviously D&D, but any game really, at the end of the day, it is a game. We all come here together to play a fantasy game where we are, escaping the rat race. We are, doing it to blow off steam. We are doing it to feel, powerful, adventuring and all this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, it is a game. No game should ever be worth more than your time, your mental energy, your physical health, your mental health. No game should ever be more important than that. I actually do turn around to my players when I take them on, even if it's only like 5 minutes before a game. If you're really not feeling it for whatever reason, as in you're not feeling well that day or whatever, I don't care. Just send me a message, even though it's 5 minutes before the game. Yeah, I might get annoyed because obviously everyone gets annoyed when things like that happen late notice, but I'm never going to be mad at you for not showing up as long as you give me notice. Because I would much prefer you look after yourself and be healthy and, actually be well. No game should ever be worth your peace of mind. So yeah, that's kind of my little piece of advice is over 6 years. It has been a very interesting 6 years because I've had, except Monopoly. This is true. Monopoly, and I'm not sure if this is just a purely Australian game, but there's a game in Australia called Squatter. That game is depressing. It's like Monopoly, but for sheep stations, and all your sheep just die. It makes me sad, but that's what happens. I'm trying to think of other games. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, D&D is just that. It's supposed to be an escape, but it should never become your therapy. Most DMs, and I say most DMs because funnily enough, I do actually play with people who work in the mental health field. But for most people, a lot of the DMs that I play with, a lot of the players I play with, I've only ever run online games. And the thing that I've kind of learned about that is obviously being online, it makes it more accessible. It makes the game more accessible for people who can't get out, who can't necessarily socialize, who struggle to socialize, who get anxious and things like this as well, like the whole myriad of things. But because of that, I have obviously had my fair share of that's very clever. I like that. How has that worked out for you? Because I know that, for example, a couple people I've played with, for example, would find that really hard to deal with by the fact that they're not the ones in control of that, even though like the dice ultimately are deciding the fates here, I'm always interested to see how other people rule certain things. And this is why with this particular game that I'm running, people will see that there is a lot of third-party stuff being involved. a bit of homebrewing. I don't think homebrewing is bad as long as it is very much held under the impression that it is constantly going to be in playtest phase. If something, if you're playing something out and it seems broken, you should be able to alter it to fit your game a bit better, as long as everybody at the table is aware of that, and as long as they're not coming to you, players are coming to you going, I want to add this really, really broken thing. It was one thing I did learn early on, obviously, that not all homebrews were created equal. Yeah, well, that's exactly it. Like, even like raw stuff doesn't necessarily always work for me. Because of the way that I develop my worlds, a lot of, like, for example, this particular setting that I'll be running, I am actually putting in play that, I will actually be putting in play that most of the species are going to have set ability score modifiers. The Tasha's rule isn't going to work just because the world has become so evolved that there are there is enough reasoning to believe that there is regional differences. So, for example, a human who is going to be from the Feywild is going to be different from a human from the material plane. And so there will be, obviously, the ability scores to reflect that, so that the characters are going to be unique. The characters are going to be different. The characters have their own stuff kind of going on. But I know, like, I don't necessarily see any problem with the Tasha's rules, at least from what I've seen. But I know some people like that choice. There have been a couple of the races/species that have come out that I feel like they could have done more work too. I feel like there was a couple of missed opportunities for the Harengon, for example. And I think everybody's different. I think, and this is one of the reasons why, Wizards of the Coast has pretty much said time and time again that, their rule sets are guidelines. If you don't like something that has been created, change it to fit your setting. What's your reasoning for that, Jojo? Because I'm interested in other people's opinions on this, because I know that there are lots of people that like it. I know that there are some people who really like the customization options, which I do think is important. I myself, as a general rule, don't run it, just because I do kind of believe that from a point of species. That's all right, Cameron. I'm just appreciative that you're here. But obviously work is slightly more important than watching some random Aussie on the internet making D&D maps. But yeah, my personal reasoning is, I think from a species perspective, there are certain traits which are genetic, and this is fine. That being said, I do allow players to flavor text a lot of stuff that they want to do. You know, I very much favor the rule of cool in a lot of things. If there is a reason your character is, you know, this particular thing, you know, cool, I'm happy to consider it, you know, especially if it's just story flavor text. However, if it's something, you know, from a mechanical standpoint, like, yeah, you can be a taller dwarf or things like this. But the reality is, the likelihood is, well, this is why, for example, there are height guidelines. You know, you could be a taller than average dwarf, but from a mechanic standpoint, you're not going to be considered one size larger just because you're the very rare 1 in a million 5'2" dwarf, you know? Also, I'm the kind of person, I don't see any problem with, for example, if you wanted to play an orc, and you've got those strength ability score modifiers. I don't see any, but you want to really, really play an intelligent wizard. Because I get people to roll for their stats rather than point buy or anything like that. I am a very roleplay heavy DM, so I very much encourage players, hell, if you want to be a smart orc that is a wizard and make strength your dump stat, go for it. Just because you look big and muscular doesn't mean you've trained every day of your life to be strong. Just because you have those racial modifiers that make you stronger. If you put an 8 in strength, that still only works out to be a 10 with a +2, you know, which still makes you average at best, you know. I don't... Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly it. Like, and I think a lot of people kind of forget that they get to control where their ability scores go. And, oh, thank you for the follow. It's nice to have you here, Lindsay. Yeah, I just think it's really important that a lot of players also should remember that they're the ones allocating their stats. Thank you. I would love to make 50 tonight. I think I would cry if that actually happened. I've been sitting on like below like the 40 mark for quite a while now. So if I made 50, that would be quite impressive. I will eventually actually be streaming this game that I'm very slowly building this map for tonight. Just for anyone who has only just kind of joined. This was the Feywild part of the map that I had spent the last few streams building. And this is currently the material plane version that we're working on. And we will be working on a hell mirror plane as well. Which in this particular setting is called Nethraig. So there is going to be those changes. And yeah, so I think plant races are very, very interesting. I've actually been working on the list of what the races, species. I'm trying to get better at saying species because I feel like species suits it a little bit better. Yeah, I feel like species just kind of fits it a little bit better because that's in reality and actuality what they are. And I just I've been working on... So my players will have a huge list to pull from. Not just like things that Wizards of the Coast have come up with. We're also going to have, because we're starting in the Feywild, all of the players will inherently, unless their character is not originally from the Feywild part, but they will all inherently get the Fey ancestry, regardless of whether they're human or whatever, just because they were all born in the Feywild. It is taking place roughly, we did figure it out, about 1,000 years after the previous campaign. So there has been considerable time between the merge and now, just because I had to take into consideration, because some of the players have got some, at the moment I've got, I think, 3 players, and I will be opening it up for maybe 2 more. So, because I generally like to run parties of 5 just to have an odd number. But yeah, I've gone down and I've figured out all the Fae playable races that be accessible to these players, but also I will also have lists for the material plane races plus the hellish races because of the shenanigans that have happened in the world. And yes, so I have done a few things, like obviously I've got some third-party races in there, species in there, from things like Helianas, which is a Kickstarter, also Corpus Angelus, Corpus Malicious. We've also got the Griffin Saddlebag, a couple of races in there as well as a couple of third-party homebrew. Obviously, any of these races that I end up using, I will actually have credits so people can actually go find some of these races on their own and things like this if they would like to use them in their own campaign. I have given the Aarakocra race a variety of subspecies, so they're not just all eagle type, and those subspecies obviously have their own gifts, abilities and things like this. I think we've gone Blue Jay, Cassowary, because obviously I'm Australian, we have to have the cassowary. Thank you for the follow, JC. It's wonderful to have you here. But yeah, so we've got the cassowary, we've got the blue jay, we have obviously the eagle. You can't go wrong with the classics. Hummingbird, ibis, parrot, peacock, penguin, and vultures. And obviously all of these are going to have different things. Some of them have flying abilities, some don't have flying abilities, but they might have featherfall, depending on what their bird comparison can kind of do. For example, the cassowary naturally cannot fly. For those of you who, I don't know how many of you are Australian, so I hope you're doing well, Gabby. Yeah, I don't know how many of you are Australian, so I don't know how many of you know what cassowaries are. Thank you for the follow. It is wonderful to have you here, Kylia. And Slarotti, thank you so much. Yeah, penguins can't fly, I know. However, yeah, so cassowary are like kiwi, but much bigger, kind of similar to an emu, but they are like okay, cool. Oh, that's so cute. Yes, so the cassowary is like the emu's slightly less nice cousin. They're about 6 feet tall, and they have like this horny crest on their head, which they do use to headbutt, but they do also have the raptor-like toe claw, and they will absolutely kick the living bull poop out of you. And so, obviously, a cassowary Aarakocra, while they can't fly, they do have a stomp attack, and they are very adept at swimming, and they are obviously very good runners. They're kind of like similar to ostriches and things like that as well. It's just people leave them the hell alone because they are terrifying. Obviously, hummingbirds are going to be small. Parrots are going to be very loud. They're going to have a raucous cry kind of thing, which is going to be loud enough to make people's ears bleed kind of thing. So there's going to be con saving throws. Peacocks are going to be pretty. Obviously, because these are Fae, we have... Well, they're going to be like the smaller version of the Aarakocra. So there is a small chance to play a small Aarakocra, which is why, as I was saying earlier, I am actually going to have ability score modifiers and increases on these, because obviously I'm adding quite a lot of variety and difference to these characters. We have the Alligator, which are a type of Yeti descendant. We have the Aranea, which are a shape-changing spider human. They can change between spider and human, obviously. We have the Behuk, which are going to be a sheep-like humanoid who are very nomadic, and there's a bit of lore. And like I said, all of these that are coming from third-party sources or other people have created, I am actually going to give credit to, so people can go, and obviously links so people can go find them and use them themselves. We are also going to have a shape-changing cat called the Kate She, from Celtic mythos. We also have the Corgade, which is taken from the Koira, which is a playable dog race by Dumpstat, which means while they are called the Corgade or the Corquin. Thank you. Yes, so the Corquin, they are going to have different dog variants. So you can play a Doberman-like dog humanoid character and things like this. So I wanted to give my players as much choice, as much variety to do what they want. Yes, they will be able to play a Corgi. They will be able to play a Chihuahua-style dog character if they would like. Exactly. I wanted to give them that option. There are a couple of races from Hellianas that I'm going to be bringing in, like the Golan, the Lottle, which are like a pangolin, which are like an axolotl. We also have, I cannot pronounce it if I don't look at it. They have a race called the Nadarian, which they are basically a jellyfish people. And so I've just had a lot of fun, basically giving my players far too many options. Many of these will not get played. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to do with it. So I did turn around one of my players. Yes, Hellianas is fabulous, and I cannot wait to see the finished book when it comes out. So far, I'm actually playing one of the Golan in a Monday game I play in. 10 out of 10. Recommend. She is the best character ever. Not because she's the most powerful or anything. Her name is Tikba. She's basically an 8-foot tall pangolin. She dresses in very floofy, kind of like Lolita dresses, but she's all about community. She's all about music. She was raised by kobolds. And she believes in feeding people and looking after people, and she has a giant fork as her weapon, tuning fork. Not that she uses it a lot. She's actually not designed to be a warrior. She's designed not just to be a healer, but just in general, like helping people. She just likes helping people. And yeah, she was raised by kobolds, so she is chaotic as hell. Of course she is. One of the players who is going to be in this, by the name of Valcor, he actually has a plan for what character he's going to play, which unfortunately I can't tell you too many secrets because otherwise it'll ruin the surprise of it all. But he found out that the Raken are going to be in there. Now, the Raken are from Hellianas. It is a race of raccoon people. And he is so... Now he's torn, because while he has created his character and he's living for the actual character that he's created, he is also a very big chaos monkey. And the fact that he could actually play a raccoon person, he's here for it. He's very torn now. So, which, of course, this is a little bit of a spruik of the games that I'm in. I actually play in a couple of games that are streamed here on Twitch. Not all of them are D&D. The stream that I'm doing tonight is actually run fortnightly because usually in this time slot, on the alternating week, I am actually playing a grung in an all grung game over on a channel run by Evil One, who is a wonderful moderator of this channel. It is an all grung game called Grung Gang. You can find the details for that down in my About section. And it is a hilarious game. We all play kobolds. I don't know if I'd say if we're the heroes. It is very pop culture-y. We have released things like Necrons into the world accidentally. We've released Necrons into the world. We have done all of this kind of stuff that, you know, we got kicked out of town just recently, but it's a lot of fun. We've had Purge Day in there. So we're a bunch of grung that have been exiled from our home village. My grung, because she is legitimately a wild magic sorcerer, chaos gremlin, with 8 intelligence, which is fun. I rolled that. I've never been more disappointed in my dice. So there is that. On Sunday night, we are also playing a Star Wars game. For those who don't know, there is a Star Wars TTRPG, and I play a Jawa in that, which, if you're not down with Star Wars lore, the Jawa are they kind of hang out in markets, they wear hooded cloaks, and they walk around. They are scavengers. They're mostly known for their iconic catchphrase, Utini. And so we play over there, and soon, it's currently on hold because the Evil One is having to find some additional player characters for it. But very, very soon we're going to be starting a Vampire the Masquerade too. So if you want to catch more of my kind of stuff or see what I'm like as a player, that could come back to bite me in the bum. But you can actually watch me over there on Evil One's channel. I highly recommend their stuff. If you like creating stuff as like creatory kind of stuff or very artistic stuff, he also paints miniatures over there. So there is that. But you can see in my About section, obviously, there is a bunch of wonderful creators that I support, that I play with, that play in my worlds. That if you kind of want to see some of their stuff, go have a look at it, obviously. But beyond that, I'm usually here every day of the week, usually in the mornings, but on Wednesday nights, once a fortnight, I am here making maps. Talking about my crazy D&D game and all the animal races. Yes, all the animal races. And the really fun part for me is I've been running this world now for 6 years, and it has been a constantly growing world. It started as a very small world map that was based around... the players did originally joke that it felt a bit like Pokemon meets Avatar: The Last Airbender, because it did have references to the earth, air, fire and water realms. But it was more the fact that I was running... Yeah. It ended up just being the fact that I was making some very paganistic references, obviously, pulling inspiration that different elements kind of have different kind of traits and things like this. But those players ended up having to save the world. Yes, those players ended up having to save the world. And they ended up becoming the ascendant gods of this world. They actually had a large hand in creating this world. And they went on to become the gods. Then that all changed when when a wizard was given the Necronomicon. And almost released an entity known as the Titan King. But they did manage to stop him. which was good. We were happy about that, which has led to the events of this particular scenario. And because of that, the world is as it is. And currently I have a group playing through the very first era of the world on Tuesdays. So, and they are playing a game of Zorvental with the old Eldritch gods of the world. Basically, the players are trying to figure out if they actually support the gods' rule over them, or the gods' machinations over them and things like this. At the moment, they're kind of annoyed about it because they don't feel that they've got any real control. We have a wood elf assassin who belongs to a clan of assassins, and he very much feels like they always believed that they were essentially, they referred to themselves as Fate's assassins, and they believed that all of the kills that they were being sent on were being dictated to them by their god, the goddess of fate. Well, it turns out it was actually just, well, in a roundabout way, yes, it was the goddess of fate, but it was actually the goddess of fate's exarch in the game of Zorvental, who was basically making calculated decisions and basically sending them where he needed them for, you know, his plans and things like this. And so obviously, clearly, he's not very happy about this. And so he is actually seeking to ally himself to the god of battle and honor as an exarch, and his whole plan is to basically take down the gods. So we will see how that works out for him. We have a Tabaxi Artificer. Honor, yes. We have a Tabaxi Artificer who believed his family was dead. He has recently found them, and they are not dead. And the thing that has really surprised him is they seem to be brainwashed by this church, the Empyrean Church, which they know is actually just a front. Yes, anime Dragonborn. Lindsay, you would love some of the Dragonborn sub-races I have put in here for the Feywild. We have the Fairy, Pseudo, Gem, and Shadow Dragonborn. See, that's really cool. I like that. I like it when there is like a really good worshipping moon goddess, obviously prefers to shift into wolves. Like, there's a nice classic story there, and I like that. I like those references. I love seeing what other people come up with as well for their characters, because that's where I, as a DM, get so much of my inspiration of what I want to do for the story. Like, I'd love to say that I am 100%, you know, creative brain, yada, 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 and I do everything myself. But no, my games wouldn't be half of what they were unless I had the players I had, you know? Because so much of their stories and what I have created has been driven by the backstories that the players themselves have created. Well, I feel that's what ends up happening, because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, D&D characters are the exception, not the rule. They are clearly not your average. They are not your average human, and or whatever race they are. They're not your average person, and you know there is that opinion of like, oh, we are golden gods, you know. But yeah, and this is exactly it. The more and more you go on, the more and more your character ends up looking like a god. You know, it's not... And because of the way that I think that player characters are built too, the fact is, no matter what happens, at least within my games, my characters are heroes. You know, be that good or bad. They could be heroes or anti-heroes, let's be honest. But the reality of that is, at least within my worlds, the thing that a lot of people seem to forget about heroes is heroes from the outside looking in. Yeah, exactly. You want to pick things that are thematic. The outside looking in, the thing that people forget about adventurers is it's really great to be the hero, except to the hero. Like, yeah, they are doing everything they can to keep the world safe, but they're the ones that are suffering from, you know, the trauma of having to actually do it. So everyone around them thinks they're a hero, which is great, but it shouldn't negate the fact that your characters are usually traveling around, becoming very closely attached to the people around them because you have to, because you trust them. But there is a chance that your characters die. There is a chance that your characters get injured. There is, you know, it is traumatic being a hero. Not that, you know, I want to play out every traumatic moment. I also love giving my players these really soft, nice moments where they can just kind of relax as well. But it is the fact that it kind of sucks to be a hero a little bit. You know, the high highs and the crushing lows. I've just recently had to say to my Tuesday game players, actually, because I had a number of them come to me going, you know, I'm just not playing my character the way that I want to play my character. And I basically said to them, why? What are you worried about? It's, at the end of the day, it's a game. And you should play the character that you want to play. You know, within reason. If you're, you know, going to play a very, very evil person with a very lawful good party, well, clearly that's not going to work either, is it? But you know, like, that's not going to necessarily work either. But you know, so you do at least have to have a level of awareness to that. But play the character. You should always play the character that you want to play. Work with your DM to create that character, because, you know, and within reason, I let my characters create, you know, to a certain degree, the town they're from. Because, well, let's be honest, they're going to remember stuff that they created a hell of a lot more than if I just give them a whole textbook of words, you know. You know, I can always flesh out a world later, or, you know, and I will usually come back to my players as well before we go deal with their personal plot hook, because I do create plots for each of my characters. Like there's the main plot, and then there's you know, their personal plots that they get to play out and things like that. But I mean, we had a player who was playing this Tabaxi, and he's like, I'm just not playing him as chaotic as I would like to. And I'm like, just do it. What's the worst that's going to happen? For those of you who have just joined and missed the question earlier, the way that I kind of dictate it to my players is very much the opinion that at the end of the day, we all come together to play D&D, to have fun and escape our real lives. You know, to wind down, to, you know, just get together and have fun and create a story together. No story should ever be worth your physical, mental, well-being. You know, I do not mind if my players message me 5 minutes before a game going, hey, I had a really bad day today, and I just don't think I'm going to make it tonight. Sure, I'm going to be a little bit frustrated because obviously, you know, when plans change, people tend to get frustrated. But at the same time, I'm never going to get mad or take it out on the player. I would much prefer you be healthy and well. You know, if for whatever reason a game's just not gelling with you, like I've turned around to, I've played with some really good friends, and there have been times that I've turned around to them and just, you know, the group that I'm playing with or whatever, you know, they're getting along really well. I like all of the people, but it's just not my play style. You know, I'm just not enjoying myself. And I've turned around and told my friends that, you know, because not every game is designed for every player, and it is okay to not gel with a game. And, you know, I would much prefer you just be honest with me about that. I'm a very roleplay heavy DM. That's not to say that I don't put combat in my games, and I have gotten better. I've been a DM for about 6 years now. I have gotten better at running combat, but I very much prefer roleplay. And incidentally, obviously, the people I play with or the people who have come into my games, they usually end up talking their way out of a lot of combat, which can be frustrating to the members of my party who do genuinely like hitting things occasionally. But this is what happens sometimes. And, you know, just recently though, you know, in realizing that the group had literally talked their way out of almost every, like, right down to they had come across a cult, and because of the consequences of their actions, because we love consequences to actions, they didn't end up fighting this cult because they were more worried about the backlash of it. And so they didn't get into a fight. So within reason, you know, I had kind of set it up a little bit when they first got into this town, but there was just a wizard's tower to go and dungeon crawl through. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes one combat just has to break out. You know, but the night before they'd gotten really drunk because of a local NPC Myconid. A local NPC Myconid had basically won big at the Gladiator Arena and bought everyone a shot of the strongest alcohol, which of course they all drank. And so, you know, fun things broke out, fun things happened. I don't know what... I made this original map and I cannot figure out what that town is. Oh no, there we go. I think... Yes. It took me a minute to realise what it said, but we got there in the end. Yeah. But yes, I much prefer roleplay. I really love roleplay, but I will say this to anyone who doesn't do a lot of roleplay. Roleplay does slow the game down considerably. This is how some of my games, almost all of my games have been over a year. I've had one game that went for like 3 years. Just because, you know, when people talk through things, it also happens partially because they split the party a lot. And when you split the party a lot, all of a sudden you're having to dedicate, you know, because we run every week for 3 hours a week. Because I'm Australian, we run from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. And we keep it nice and short, 3 hours, because we play basically every week, almost every day of the year. We do take a month and a half break over the Christmas period. You know, it's not so much of a big deal, like, because we have been consistent, you know. But that's being said, like, there have been people who have missed stuff because they've had family things on, and, you know, to me and the people we play with, family is important. Sometimes you're just busy, sometimes you're just sick, and I have had my players turn around to me and go, you need to take your own advice sometimes, you know. And, you know, I've had to learn that lesson too, that sometimes, yeah, I do need to take my own advice, because my players also want the best out of their DM too. I can't read a gosh darn thing. I'm gonna have to turn up the opacity. Do you think I can still read that? Yes. I think I got it there in the end. Clin. I also take a lot of inspiration from the obvious places that most people get inspiration from, but also, you know, like books and movies I like and things like this. We'll get it right in a minute. Books and stuff that I like. I also look a lot over different mythos from around the world, and things like this. You'll see a lot of references, if you haven't heard them already, a lot of references to Greek mythos, a lot of references to Celtic mythos, a lot of references to, in some parts of my world, I have references to various Chinese mythos, various Asiatic mythos and things like this. Obviously, I want to tell stories that are appreciating and respectful as well, though. So, you know, if I take inspiration from a culture, I do endeavour to do my best to learn about that culture, to understand why they're doing what they're doing, the significance behind food and things like this. For example, in the second era of the world, that is a completely different map, the area which is known as the Fire Realm, it's very desertous and things like this, and I did look at a lot of references for Middle Eastern cultures and things like this, and so obviously I wanted it to be appropriate, but also, you know, show respect for that. So for example, in the Fire Realm, they don't drink. In the towns bordering the kind of like closer to the border, there may be some taverns that drink and things like this and offer alcohol the closer you get to the border. But the further you go into the fire realm, they don't drink. They have coffee culture, like certain coffee cultures, certain drink cultures, certain... my actual history, personal history is that I used to be a chef, so I like looking at the importance of food of a place, what significance certain foods have. And this is one thing that all of my players will tell you is the menus that I have for all of my taverns. Any tavern you go to, there will be a very extensive menu with different food options, different drink options, like full-on food menus. And that's because that's kind of what interests me. I also don't believe in completely fleshing out a world all in one go just to run it. I do the very classic, I start in one place and build out as they travel, with the exception of these maps, because ever since I've started building these maps on stream, funnily enough, I've become more adept at actually creating the maps. Funny that, trying to get a map done every day, every week. So yes, eventually we will be going through and creating all of these towns too, which, who knows? I don't know if anyone would be interested in using any of these town maps and things like this. I'm sure I'll figure out something to do with it though. Thank you for the follow, Lothshark. And thank you for being my 50th follower. I'm so excited. Thank you. You have just absolutely made my night. Thank you so much. I am honestly... I'd like to say I'm lost for words, but anyone who knows me knows that I can talk my way out of a paper bag. But thank you so much. It means the world to me that all of you are actually interested in watching me build these things, listen to me talk ad nauseum about this stuff. Thank you. Thank you so much. For anyone who wants to know about the music, I get most of my music from Game Chops on YouTube. They're a wonderful YouTube channel if you like game-inspired music. I also use Chill Hop and Lo-Fi Girl, just because I like, you know, this to be a really chill kind of place to hang out, hopefully. That feels really lame to say it like that, but thank you so much. It means so much to me. Another thing that I've learned in 6 years of being a DM, be cautious when you ask your players to name towns for you. They will never disappoint, but they won't always. I know, I'm so excited about that. Hopefully I'll be able to get some personal emotes up and running by the next time that I run this late night stream. Hopefully, we'll see how we go. Thank you. I don't know. I honestly hadn't thought about what I was going to do for 50 followers, to be honest. I'll have to a giveaway could be a potential. I don't know what I would give away though. I've got some maps and things like that I've already worked on for the world, but I've got a battle map for a very terrifying church as well. I don't know. I don't even know how I would orchestrate that. I think I'm going to have to talk to some of my friends who have been streaming a little longer than me and all of this kind of stuff, and actually figure out something as a way to say thank you to you all. And figure out how I would orchestrate that, whether it's through a... They do tend to be a little evil. Yes. I will not deny that. Oh, jeez. Yes, I'll have to talk to some of my friends who have been streaming much longer than I have hit this marker, and actually figure out what I can do to thank you all. I know, Lindsay, you must have been my good luck charm. Thank you so much. I would never... Don't even say that. I would never sell anyone. Who says demons can't be good luck? I mean... It's all a matter of perception. Honestly, I am just... lost for words. Thank you so much, everybody. But yes, I'll have to figure it out whether I, make it possible for like people to access my maps or anything like this, if they want to, obviously. I have to figure it out. I'll have to figure out some emotes and other things that, would be possible. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That means so much to me that you would actually do that for me. Thank you. Okay, it would appear that down here is a farming area. Thank you so much. I will have to... Give me a moment. Let me have a look here. Definitely follow you back, because that is the absolute least I can do, is at least follow you back. Okay. hey, I don't have any beef with VTubers. Actually, one of my friends and fellow players, Tyrant Dungeon, is also a VTuber. So I love their work. You can go check out their work also. They stream art and all sorts like this. I am terrible with names, but thank you, Morgio. Oh wow, that's so cool. I'm really impressed, having talked to Tyrant about the actual whole animation aspect of it. I am completely gobsmacked at how much work goes into that. Honestly, as someone who is trying to stupidly animate the title sequence for this game that we'll be playing, God, I don't even imagine. Yeah, I've heard Blender's really good for that. At the moment, I am just a schleb with Procreate on an iPad. And for anyone who is wondering what program I use for my maps, I use Incarnate. I don't know if you can link them, but you could, because I don't know if I've got links set up, unfortunately, but you could DM them to me over on Twitter. You'll find my Twitter handle down below in the About section. Which, for anyone who wants to know, if sometimes my schedule can get a little chaotic in terms of I occasionally miss streams because of technical difficulties or family matters. I do usually post on Twitter if I will not be streaming that day. So just letting you all know that. If you ever want to know when I'm going live. I'm aware that some of the people that watch me are from the other side of the world. So it may not always be easy to, or possible time-wise, to watch me. But on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do stream some Xbox games. At the moment, on Tuesdays, I'm swapping between... Thank you so much. Let me have a look at this. I am streaming Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion and Garden Story, and I kind of intersperse them depending on what I'm feeling like that day. And on Thursdays, I will be playing Lost Worlds and Little Witch in the Woods. And they're just really short streams, just like an hour or so in the mornings, if you are interested in that kind of stuff. Otherwise, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I usually do this. I build maps. Talk about my world lore, and just in general talk about D&D, the way that I run things, just general stuff really. Lindsay, that is so cool. I absolutely adore them. I love the fuzzy ears. And the colours. They are absolutely gorgeous. That is incredible. Ah, see, that's really cool. I love that. I have learned to have a love-hate relationship with monks. I will say that. Just because I do have a player who played a Tortle Tranquility Monk multi-class with a Wild Soul Barbarian. They were like level 9 and they ended up being able to run like 600 feet a second or something like that with all of their abilities. And I'm like, what are you? I mean, some really fun things come out of it, but at the same time. See, that's really cool though. See, that's a really cool story. And it gives them a reason to be out in the world, traveling, like, you know, learning about who you are and things like that. It's a good, great story. Well, welcome, Kay. You are very welcome here. And from one DM to another, you have my condolences. Players are unpredictable, and yet we can't run our games without them. Not that you would want to. But they do the most chaotic things. I learned the hard way. Don't give... Like, we had a really random fight encounter. I put them up against some zombies. And I'm like, yeah, what could go wrong? And this is how we ended up with our Tabaxi Artificer riding a Triceratops, wielding his own gun while holding a red panda who was wielding a shotgun. Yeah, well, that's exactly it. Like, I very much like my players' input into the game, and the times that I do get frustrated, you know, because obviously now I've run for 6 years and generally I've run with the same, I've generally run for the same kind of group of people. Some of where I would end up getting frustrated with my players, and some of it is probably a little unwarranted because it is a little bit when I need to actually check myself occasionally. You know, it is a case of, you know, the fact that it is, I find it the hardest when, excuse me, when I feel like as a DM, I'm just telling a story and I'm dragging them along. I don't want that. I love DMing. I don't have a problem being the DM, but what I have a problem with is feeling like I'm just dragging them along a story that I'm telling. Because technically, like I actually had a character once, a player, turn around to me and go, yeah, but why should we save the world? And I'm like, because your characters live in it. To your characters, they are real people. You know, like, I would have thought that was obvious. Yeah, and there is, I will say, there is a line where, yeah, you should drag your players a little bit in a story because it just keeps them moving. But you shouldn't feel like you're just telling them a story and their characters occasionally do something. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I have learned that the hard way myself. I think we all have as DMs. Like, no one has ever been perfect. And, you know, there have been times where I know that I haven't been the best DM because either I've been learning, I've also had my own stuff going on, and there were probably times when I shouldn't have been running a game, you know, but also learning that sometimes some players just aren't a good fit for your game. And that's okay, you know. But I think that was one thing I actually had to learn kind of really early on, and I actually struggled with it a bit, was sometimes No matter how much you try, you will just have some players who will see you as the bad guy no matter what you do. No matter how hard you bend over backwards to try and appease them. I have had some players like that, and initially, like, I got really strung up on that I just wanted to make my players happy no matter what, and there were times it felt like nothing I was doing was working. And you know, then I had a much more experienced DM kind of like come over to me and say, like, who had seen me really struggling with it, and they turned around to me and said, you know, the really obvious thing of, you can't make everybody happy, and honestly, it's just a game. And this is why the aforementioned thing comes across, that came across, is no game is worth your mental health. No game is worth your physical health. You know, if you're sick, it's okay to take a week off. If you're just mentally not doing well, it is okay to take a break. It is okay to step away from the table for a bit. It's not you permanently leaving or anything like this, but it's okay to turn around and go, hey, I just need a minute to breathe, kind of thing, you know? And that has been a real lesson that I've really had to learn, because I have gotten really hung up on negative feedback, negative criticism. I know that I haven't always reacted the best to negative criticism as well, which is another thing I've kind of had to get better at. Like, reminding myself that not everybody is out to get me, you know? And most people who are coming to the table are there because they want to be, you know? But that also doesn't mean that you should be a complete pushover. Insofar as, you know, you should maintain your own boundaries of what you expect from players in your game. And I've gotten better at that. You know, it was a lesson I learned a little bit too late. You know, so I have had some pretty bad experiences as well, but I also decided I wasn't going to let that stop me from doing something that I have grown to absolutely love. I love the world building aspect of D&D. I love the collaboration, the community behind it. You know, the fact that you can have these healthy debates, that not every game is for everyone, not every rule is for everyone, you know, and that's okay. I love being able to create a story with a group of people who I end up seeing as friends, even though we were once strangers and we met on the internet. You know? So I have really grown to love this, and I wasn't going to let some bad experiences take that away from me. Because at the end of the day, it is one of these reasons now that I have this really hardline opinion that at the end of the day, it's just a game. Like, it's one thing to be very invested in your character. It is another thing completely to completely destroy somebody's self-confidence just because you feel justified to it. You know? Like, no game should ever be worth tearing somebody else down for. Sorry, that got a little bit deep. See, even with all of the players that I haven't necessarily gotten along with, and I can guarantee you they're out there, trust me, you know, I don't hate any of the people I played with, regardless of what happened between us. You know, I feel like they probably had reasons for doing what they did or how they did certain things. Does it make it easier to deal with? No. Yeah, no, it doesn't make it any easier to deal with, but it is also the reminder to myself that, you know, sometimes people, well, it was a thing I've had to learn that sometimes hurt people hurt people. And when bad situations arise, it's very easy to take it out on each other when things aren't going the way that you hope they would, or things like this. But for the most part, realistically, and I like to think about it like this way because the other alternative is the world is a truly horrifying, terrifying place and everybody's out to get me. But most people that play this hobby, that involve themselves in this community, like, are there some bad people out there? Yeah. But at the same time, most of us are just socially awkward sloths who don't always people the best, who don't handle peopling the best, who are just trying our best to play some fantasy, make-believe, and have some fun, and hopefully not, you know, have a panic attack that day. You know? So I hope that's not too real for anyone, but, you know, I myself have anxiety, and I suffer greatly from, I actually have physical kind of physical reactions to stress now, because I've been put in so many kind of stressful situations, like highly stressful emotional situations, that my body just like kind of shuts down, and I just can't. It's not that I can't function, it's just I become so in those moments I just become so paralyzed that I can't make decisions. You know, but unfortunately I don't always have the luxury of being able to do that, because I have people in my life who very much rely on me to actually survive. So I don't have the benefit of completely shutting down. So it's not always the easiest to deal with. And, you know, I started D&D. I started DMing because at the time I was very much housebound. I was very much housebound after the birth of one of my kids, and I couldn't get out. So I couldn't get out to see people. I couldn't get out to make friends. I couldn't get out to socialize. And I have always enjoyed story writing. I've always enjoyed, I've always enjoyed storytelling and stuff like that. So, I just kind of threw myself into this hobby, and I, you know, despite the good, well, there has been bad times, but there have also been a lot of really wonderful times, and I cannot regret getting into this hobby. I absolutely adore it. You seem like you've made a revelation, Lindsay. so adding some more trees in. Hopefully we'll get this portion done tonight. And that will mean that there is one piece left of the material plane. And from there we will be able to yes, there will be one piece left of the material plane to do. And from there then we will work on Nethreg, or the Hell Plane. Which I've got some ideas about how I'm going to structure it, I think. But I'm always open to suggestions. See, I've kind of always played my hell, and hear me out on this, I've always played my hells out like it's humid. Because in my personal opinion, you can deal with something when it's too hot. You can deal with something when it's too cold. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. No one likes humidity. When you're hot and sticky and just irritated. There is also a level of my hells, and this has been kind of pre-established because I did have a character playing a demon once. That hell is also a bureaucracy. All deals are properly recorded, kept track of, and then, you know, if a deal is being reneged on, then they send somebody to investigate. It's just bureaucracy at its finest. Yeah, pretty much. The character who was playing the demon, he worked for Glacier, and he was 3 days out from having long service leave, and then somebody decided to lose their demon familiar, and so he ended up having to go to the material plane to investigate what the heck was going on. But because of the Necronomicon was involved, he unfortunately had to stay around and do more work than was going to take more than 3 days, because he wouldn't be able to go on long service leave until this matter was settled. so it was a fabulous time. We had a time wizard in that party. We had a druid who has gone on to become an archdruid in this world. Oh, it is. It really, really is. There are still the 9 circles because we're going very a la Dante for it. But yes, it is very much just office buildings. Not your usual like heat and fire. There was a part of me, and part of what inspired this opinion was I was watching Overly Sarcastic Productions on YouTube, and Red was one of the hosts. Red, for those of you who have not seen it, was basically recapping, obviously, Dante's Inferno. And just the way she described when they got to the center layer of hell, and she's like, you know, and there was the big man himself in a lake of ice frozen up to his nips. I just lost it. And just this idea that obviously I don't know how well you could pull something like that off in D&D, just because they do have Levistus, who is just floating around in his glacier. But I did just like it. It tickled me just a little bit. Which, if you're ever looking for interesting myths and things like this, just a really interesting way to consume some lore knowledge, I would heavily recommend Overly Sarcastic Productions. It's very well researched. It's it's really well researched. It's told in such an entertaining way. I just really love it. See, the thing I know is somewhere in the deepest bowels of this hell as well, though, Tartarus resides, just because it is a giant gated off seal that was sealed. It was an entity I came across that he is purported to be the brother of Cthulhu, because I was doing an Eldritch horror kind of campaign. The only thing I knew for certain is I didn't want to put Cthulhu himself in, just because he's too well known, which led me down the absolute rabbit hole that is the absolutely horrifying world of all of the Eldritch horrors that are not Cthulhu but are within the Lovecraftian mythos. Terrifying. It was terrifying. But I had a great time with it. See, I think mine ended up becoming a combination of Eldritch, like Lovecraftian, but also D&D settings. I really, really like some of the angel references that angels, like especially historically depicted angels, the whole eyeball thing, which did beg the question, if angels are just all eyeballs, does that mean that potentially beholders are just angels? Yeah. Well, because this is a possibility, right? Like, I mean, the whole eyeball thing. I mean, there is merit to it, right? Yeah, see, because of the way the demon war broke out within my mythos, I did end up creating a homebrewed race of demons called Incubi and Succubi born. They're essentially like a variant tiefling, but they obviously had some alternative abilities. I do tend to play with some of the classic concepts, because I want them to be accessibly playable for people, like for anyone who wants to. And obviously a big part of that is, you know, obviously one thing that people assume with know about Incubi and Succubi is what their main trait is. But I also like creating the possibility that the players, you know, there are different ways to evoke these kind of feelings, reactions, that kind of thing. Because, and we kind of explored this a little bit because I did put the 7 deadly sins into my game. Like the standard 7 deadly sins, not like the anime version. And the way that I did it is because obviously one of the sins is lust. And because of the way that we were telling the story, I didn't want that to be like, oh, I'm just going to hit on all the characters, because that's just like, I don't mind playing flirty characters at all. I don't mind people who want to play flirty characters. I don't mind flirting with players' characters, specifically characters that initiate it. However, just the feeling of forcing people to do that is a bit ick, and I don't like doing it. So, you know, I don't have any problems actually like engaging in the roleplay and stuff like that aspect of it. But we are very much, my campaigns are very much fade to black campaigns, because there becomes a level for me where it's just like watching your parents. Cameron, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being one of my wonderful 50 followers, one of my new followers. It was wonderful having you here. I hope you had a wonderful night. Just a few more trees and I think we're almost done. No, unfortunately, I don't have a distance scale in mind for the map. I mean, ooh. One thing I do know is that it's big. That's the only thing I do actually know about it, is the world is big. I'm geographically challenged, so I'm not great when it comes to trying to factor in scale to things, which is a nightmare. But any of my players will tell you who have played with me, math and things are not my strong suit at all. She says about a game where she is required to math quite heavily. Yeah, no, math is not a strong suit of mine, unfortunately. But I do know that there is one area of the map which does dictate the scale a little bit, which I could probably figure out from there, like what the actual kind of distance is in terms of, I think I did figure it out once, but to sit down and figure it out again, it would take a little bit of time. But yeah, I did once upon a time give the group that played through the original world a bit of a scale, or at least a timeline of how long it would take for them to travel to a certain place. And I do know that at least on the material plane, because the world is so big, they have utilized the Wizard's Towers to some locations that are not accessible by cart. There are actually a couple of methods of transportation. We have trains, we have airships, and we also have teleportation circles. That is primarily run by the Wizards Guild. And the Wizards Guild was very strict. just a few more little spots. These islands over here as well are currently floating in the sky, not on the water, obviously. They are called the Ascendant Isles to the people that live within it, and this is why there are waterfalls off them. However, I think with that, we are done. And for tonight, I think that is about it for tonight. Thank you so much to everybody who showed up, who followed me. Thank you for helping me reach 50 followers. It has rendered me absolutely dumbfounded that 50 of you want to sit here and watch me talk about D&D and just build maps and talk about my world and share your worlds, of course. Thank you so much. If you like what I do or you want to go back over this stream at all, you can find it all on my YouTube channel of the same name, Boomeadow. I am here every day of the week, Monday through to Friday, and I occasionally intermittently throw a random stream in here and there. But otherwise, thank you so much for joining me. I look forward to spending time with you again. You can check my stream schedule to see when I am on. Otherwise, turn on your notifications to make sure that you get notified whenever I go live. And it's been wonderful to have you here. Hopefully the next time you come to check in, I will have some emotes and have figured some stuff out to reward you all for just supporting me. So thank you. I hope you have a great night, a great day, wherever you are in the world. And thank you, and just remember, have fun. I'll talk to you guys all later. Bye.